Hello, hello, I am Joe the Science Bro, and this is Raft. So, we're coming back at it. We did it earlier this week. Yesterday was a bit of something different. You know, every once in a while you have to do something a bit different. But today, we are going to be in the water world, and we are going to be enjoying ourselves. At least I hope to be. Otherwise, Bruce is really going to chomp on my butt. One of the first things that we're going to have to do is we are going to have to build a bunch of engines. So that's going to be one of our main goals today, is to build some engines. If you are new here to the stream, please say hi to me in the chat. Currently, it is right below me. Soon it will be right across from me. If you are watching this on YouTube, hello from the past to the future, because you will probably be watching this in 2023. So happy New Year. Please remember to like, comment, and subscribe. It does help that channel grow. If you are not already a part of our Aru Warrior, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. If you are not already a part of our Discord, please make sure that you join the Discord, as is the best way for you to interact with me, get to know me, suggest a game for streaming, pretty much anything that you're going to need in order to really figure out what's going on here at the channel. Please put your tray tables in the upright and lock position, clench those cheeks, and let's dive right on in together. Here we go. So, Aru, how you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. Okay. KSP2. Which one's that? KSP2. I feel like I know that. Kerbal Space Program. Gotcha. I can't blame you for Kerbal Space Program. There are a couple of games that I'm interested in. I'm interested in Atomic Heart, which is coming out. I've been waiting for that one for about a year now. I'm also looking forward to oh yes, all right. I'm also looking forward to a couple of other games. Oh. Oh yeah, the sequel to Jedi Fallen Order looks good too. Oh no, I played it. Yeah, I played it and I beat it. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a good game. All right, let's get this finished. Water crops, crop waters. Okay. All right, so that's everything there. All right, I need to build a couple of engines. What do I need for these engines? I'm gonna need 3 circuit boards. I'm going to need 15 ingots, so... Circuit boards are... Alright, I'm just gonna put some vine goo and copper ingots. 1, 2, 3. Pimp my saber. It's a good way of looking at it. It's just kind of true. Yeah, that should be more than enough. And now here. 1. Aha! We need more rope. 2, 3. Alright, so the first one is going to be right here. How big are these again? Put this one right here. Wombat! Good to see you, buddy. I'm going to need 2. Alright. 1. Good to see everybody. Happy to have you here. Welcome to the stream, guys. Aha! You want an extra one, so it is going to take 3. Alright, so there's number 1. Number 2... Oof, this is going to be interesting. Alright, so we are going to have to build around this. So I will need a good bit of this and this. When was the last time you played Icarus? A good bit ago, actually, now that I think about it. Okay. Perfect. Alright, I'll need a couple more planks. Oop. Don't you dare. But Joe, what is the science fact of the day? Science fact for today probably should be something related to change. Alright, I think I got one. Open world maps. Interesting. Oh, so wait, we've got more planets now? Perfect. Work. I didn't do that right. Crud. Okay. No, just 2 maps in the open world. Interesting. There we go. And now I can put my last one even with this guy, I believe. No, I'm not. But if I do this... Okay. So it's like Planet Crafter, but nastier. Interesting. Oh, shut up, Casper. He's like, finally! Look. Casper, you gotta give me some time to work on these things, man. Yeah, bolt gun does look pretty good. You bitch! Bolt gun is like Doom, but in the 40k universe. So I absolutely have to agree with you on that. Alright, so I got one. In orbits, you're not weightless, just always falling. That's interesting. Interesting. I like that. But here's one for you. Whenever we talk about age, in actuality, you are always a lot younger, technically, than you may think. Specific things, like the epithelium inside your mouth, sheds almost daily. So the inside of your mouth is actually younger than the rest of your body. In fact, the oldest part of your body, in terms of cellular age, is the bone. The bone takes about... So your skeletal system takes about, give or take, 10 to 15 years to turn over into new cells every single time. And there is your, there's your interesting fact of the day, my friends. But that's interesting, Wombat. I'm gonna have to really look into that one. Give or take, basically 10 years. Basically 10 years. That's a good way of, like, just estimating. Is about, once every 10 years. There we go. Oop. That one, and here. There's my steering wheel, which will go right here. And it just goes straight down. Perfect. Yeah, it's fun. Just trying to survive past the first 5 levels is a damn challenge. Lost count of deaths. Well, you know, that is kind of how it goes, my friend. Alright, let's get this in there. Okay, I can put away the coconut and whatnot. Oh yeah, Rem, did you ever see what the steering wheel looks like down in the ocean? Here, come here. It's just like a single fin. It's the most hilarious thing I've ever seen. That's it. That's the thing that steers your ship. Life does find a way. Ram, Casper wants to know how you're doing.
Oh, okay.
Would you like to tell him in your own words?
Work is very busy. I am very tired.
Oh God, that sounds awful. Okay, I don't need that anymore. I am gonna move you. And I'm gonna move you back here. Right there. That should work. Oop. Simple battery. Oop. There we go. Level 42 Komodo dragon. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't laugh at that, but that's just funny. Okay. Alright, let's see where we have to go next. Balboa Island. 2933. We're going backwards. Not cool. Really? I need 5 or 4? Oh, wait. Let's try weighing anchor first. There it goes. Last night was in my cabin and lightning everywhere, starting fires and trees. Oh my god. What message is blocked? Huh? What message is blocked? What are you talking about? That might just be you, because I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, there we go. Now, eventually, up here, I'm going to put probably all of the, inside a closed area, I'm probably going to put all of my cooking stuff. And down here will be things like the steering and whatnot like that. Probably put the plant. Probably going to leave the agriculture down here. Oh, yeah. Okay. Probably put the animals up here. Huh. I have no idea what you're talking about, man. I don't know what could have done that. Ah. I'm sorry. Okay. So the next big thing that we're going to be doing is we're going to basically be getting it so that all of the areas down here. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see anything. Yeah, I've got. I wish I could tell you, man. I'm gonna need a new bow soon. Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah, I'll probably hit that that island that comes up beforehand. Okay, so I need the batteries, which means scrap and copper. Oop. 1. There we go. Oh, scrap. There we go. Okay. Awesome. Oh god, I'm dying. Right here. No, need that, don't need this, and don't need that. Okay. Oh, you bitch. What'd it take? Check out my not admech minis just dropped inside the Discord. Alright. Boop. Nice. Not bad. That's pretty good stuff, man. Stoked to get them on the tabletop this weekend. Great. Dude, that's awesome. They look good. I dig it. Okay. Oh god, I forgot. This part requires a ton of planks. Can't wait until I get the bio fuel thing. How we looking? Awesome. Time to turn. Ever so slightly. There we are. Exactly. No, that's awesome. Okay. There we are. Oop. Drop some pics of the Custodes unit I finished. Nice! Can't wait to look at that. Alrighty, there we are. Oh. Well, that's not what I was looking for, but we can still slightly stop there. Here. Oh, those look great. Yeah, nice. All right. Just good. That's the most important part. In my opinion, that is absolutely the most important part. Hiya! Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. That is like the one thing that I've heard a ton of people tell me. All right, so I'm a little farther away than I wanted to be. I'll have to move forward, but I know an easy way to do so, which is to do this. Take this. Really, Casper? You do realize that in this game, I do kind of need to move. You get 5 minutes. Oh, thank God I can talk again. I just can't move. I mean, it doesn't look flat to me. But again, that's because I'm looking at something that is getting light on it as and is a three-dimensional object. You guys would have to talk with Ram about that because I have no idea. Ooh. Ah, okay. I'm gonna have to waste so many materials just repairing my raft because of this one, Casper. Finally! How bad is it? Alright, not so bad back here. Gotta repair one there. Gotta repair that. Alright, so this one, highest priority on the list currently. Alright, let's repair this. Up. Oh. Whee! Ah, it's one of these. Okay. Scary because I know it'll waste hours upon hours attempting it. And it will still look like trash. Hey, that one looks good. Look, I am a god-awful painter, so anything that you guys do looks fantastic to me. Okay. Pineapple. Where'd the pineapple go? Oh, there it is. Why do I have copper in here? Sometimes it always look so too flat. Ah. Copper out. Plastic out. And hold on. God, I can't wait until I get the biofuel. Oh, right, seeds. Mango. Oh boy. Yeah, see, I'm gonna enjoy moving those up here and just kind of putting them around this way, because that's gonna make my life so much easier. Ram, they're talking art, and I don't know anything that they're talking about. Okay. Palm leaf! I know nothing about any of this. Wet blending? What the hell is wet blending?
But blending fries.
Ah.
Together.
Oh.
Watch a video. Breakdown.
Watch video, breakdown whole thing. But Ram, that's why you're here. You are here. Wayne is not here. We're not debating your existence. There we are. Ah! I do not like falling. Okay. Oop. Oh, I got nails. What, do you think I didn't see a Bruce? Jerk. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah! Edge highlighting? There's a difference? I can't tell if you guys, till you find that 1P, all the empirical vehicles have those sharp edges except freaking custodes, and those edges are amazing to highlight. Did a sprue that didn't come off clean. Oh. Yeah. Hey, Brucey. Yes! Oh, crud. Werner? Well, because he's actually named at some point in the game. He's named Bruce. Also, wasn't Bruce the name of the shark from Jaws?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. No, Werner. Yeah, I know. But if you want me to do it in a German accent, I'm gonna have to do the whole thing, which means Werner. Remember, your V's are your W's are V's and your V's are W's. Vana. Weather. Interesting, there seems to be a place underneath here. Secret place. There's metal here. I need that metal. Metal ore! Oh. Vanna? How do I get Casper to get me to do these things for him? I don't understand. It gets beyond me how Casper can get me to say these things. Not that I necessarily have a problem. Oh, there goes my health. Oh wow, I'm that far away. What do you know? So, anybody have any fun New Year's plans coming up? Other than New Year's resolutions? Which my New Year's resolution is to get fit for the Emperor. And by the Emperor, I mean my wife. For the Emperor. God. Yes, for the Emperor. In this case, the Emperor is my wife. Casper, did you see the show trailer for Nexus or Pariah Nexus? For the Emperor. Ave Imperator! Remper. Well, Rem, you have a new nickname on my channel, and it's Remperor. For the Remperor. The Remperor of mankind. What? But Casper, did you get to see the trailer for Pariah Nexus? That's going to be on Warhammer Plus? Dude, that animation looks fantastic. I mean, I don't have Warhammer Plus, so I don't know how I'm going to watch that, but... I will agree that the Space Marine stuff is kind of meh, but the sisters look great. And it's nice to see them, you know, putting more into the sisters these days. Other than just, they're like Space Marines, but women. It's also kind of cool. Sorry, walked away for a bit because I'm at work. No worries. Don't feel like you have to apologize for that. I'm just glad that you're here. For the Emperor. I love it. Oh, nice. What is that? Alright, hold up. Coming back to this. Up on air. Go right down. Oh, that's it? Alright, well, that's nothing. I am really glad that GW is putting a little bit more effort into the sisters and the sisters lore. Because, I mean, it's GW. They do whatever they want, but it's just really nice to see them taking an interest in the non-overpowered characters. Last year I did a lengthy stream of the end game for Shadow of War, which I believe was called Shadow Wars. Oh, you're gonna do skirmish. Nice. Very nice. Ah, I see. I see. I forget, are you the one who told me about the one-page rules? That's like Warhammer, but isn't Warhammer? There was someone who did that. I forget who did. I can't remember, and I want to give credit where credit is due. Because I looked into it, and it looked interesting. Yeah, one-page rules. Yes, thank you. I did look into it. I'm not sure if it's one of those... Ah, Bruce, damn you. That's cool. Doesn't have to be you, Casper. I did see it, you know. And again, I do think that GW kind of has to get into kind of like a one-page easy sheet for things for people, especially people that are like just getting into things. Because I'll be completely honest, when Rem and I were getting into Warhammer, it was making my head spin. And, you know, if you were watching yesterday while I was getting my rear end handed to me by Sniper, you know, Blood Bowl, the amount of rules and the amount of strategy involved in Blood Bowl, that will sometimes make my head spin. Hiya! Eat it. Oh, I don't have another one. It's actually one of the reasons why I'm hoping that, with these boarding operations that GW is going to do. Yeah. No, and that's one of the reasons why I'm hoping that these boarding operations that GW is doing for 40k with Arcs of Omen are going to be just so interesting, because it's going to basically be easier rules for people in the end. And I mean, for me, it's, as someone who's still learning, it's going to be great, because it means that I will be able to enjoy 40k a little bit A little bit more, if that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. And it looks like it's only going to be like smaller units. So, you know, for someone like Casper who loves his Terminators, this is probably going to be fantastic because he might be able to build an entire army of Terminators and then be a lot more effective because that slow movement that Terminators have. Yes, Terminators. A lot of Terminators. Dude, have you not been watching anything? Dude, the boarding operations are going to look great. Dude, you got to look into the boarding operations. Some of the leaks that have been coming out, no vehicles, no demons, you know, no huge monsters. You know, you might be able to bring one dreadnought, and that's it. And it might only be able to be like the relic dreadnoughts, you know, like the relic Terminators, or the Contemptors. You might not be able to fit the big boys in there, so it might be really interesting to see how they do it. But I honestly think that this will be a nice way to get people, like, ease people into Warhammer, because in order to, like, open doors, it's going to take an action. But as long as that door is closed, you can't be attacked. So, I mean, it's like, it works out. There are pluses and minuses to the whole thing. If I want Terminators, I can do so with a Vanguard detachment. I know. Ah, Casper, you're the one that I could talk to about this. Am I allowed to have more than one detachment for an army that I field? So let's say, can I have 2 Vanguard detachments? And also, I can get through a game of one-page rule skirmish in an hour, maybe 2 if we're lollygagging. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, man. Look, I just thought it would be cool. I thought, you know, it's interesting. I'm not trying to... You know, for me, it's something brand new. It looked like it was going to be really interesting, and I thought, you know, yay. I thought that it was going to put more... So, a lot of the people that I know, they like to run heavy. You'll lose CP cost to the detachment where that Warlord is not... Right. But, the reason why is because I wanted to have multiple HQs, and the Arcs of Omen detachment, which is 0 CP, you're only allowed 1 HQ. But you gotta understand, the Imperial Knight fuckery right now allows you to regain CP. I love it. I don't know. Narratively speaking, possible. Narratively speaking, I think you're absolutely right. But in terms of how we can never seem to be able to do like a true boarding operation. Have you seen Space Station Zero? I have not. What is Space Station Zero? Alright, I need to build. Alright, that's going to require 2 nails. There we go. Co-op minis game. Interesting. Interesting. Birds. What? Oh my god. Oh good, there it is. No, I have not heard about it, but do me a favor, if you've got a link to it, put it in the Discord for something. Play as a starship crew exploring the depths of basically Space Hulk. Interesting. Because Casper can tell you, I enjoyed like the concept of Space Hulk Deathwing, but I absolutely despised the gameplay. Like, Rem will still tease me about Space Hulks. To this day, she still teases me about Space Hulks. That is actually one of the... I despised the gameplay because of the AI. That AI was so bad. I couldn't finish the game. I actually read up on it, and it was like you needed to have like very specific levels up for it, and it would mean that I would have had to restart the entire game. And I was just like, we're done here. I was not having it. I was so mad. Oh, Rem, here's my phone when you're ready to order dinner. Yeah, you can just put it in general gaming. That's fine. You can put it in game news or game chat or wherever you want. And... Alright. That works. Dropping anchor! There we go. And I'll turn that off, turn this off, and I will turn this off. Sweet. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. Some of the fun there is that there are challenges where you don't even have enemies. Got it. Cool. Well, I mean, that's one of the things that I'm looking forward to with these boarding operations, is because it seems like there's a lot less of a focus on, you know, just like almost general gaming, if that makes any sense. It seems as though the only way that you actually get to explore, I literally had one where it was literally just take damage every round until you beat the thing, and I nearly... Oh my god, that sounds awful. But, you know, one of the things that kind of annoyed me about Warhammer is whenever I looked into, like, hey, let's play a game where we invade a Space Hulk, one guy I was talking to was like, yeah, it doesn't work like that. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, yeah, it's just, we just don't play like that anymore. I'm like, why? Are you getting pizza, or you're getting the usual? Yeah, that's fine. I'm good with that. I mean, whatever you want. If you're getting fries, I'll take fries. But only if you're getting fries. Okay, I want this, I want this, and I want this. I don't need the nails. I don't need the scrap. Won't need that. Oh, forgot that. I just saw it. There it is. I'm paying. Oh, I thought Mom was gonna step up. Oh. Alright. Oh, over here. Coconut beet. Oh, really? 3 coconuts and a beet. Interesting. Okay. Now, if I remember correctly, this is the one where there is, bears. So I gotta be careful. I'm working on a narrative campaign with a friend where I'll basically be DMing and running nids and orcs and other baddies while they work to secure a sector. Interesting! That actually sounds really cool. I like that idea. I am jealous of that idea. I wish, I'm not gonna lie to you, I wish I'd come up with that idea before you did. Plank, vine goo, and a bolt. Yep. Oh, vine goo. He's a guard player. Nice! So it'll basically be Starship Troopers. That's actually really cool, man. Again, wish I had come up with that idea before you. Alright. Do I have enough in the way of leather? I do not. Alright. Oh, thank God. Can't claim to have invented it or anything. That's fine. Oh, I didn't get a bear head. Alright, I mean, that's fine. Alright. That's really cool. Rem, Aru Warrior's doing a D&D campaign where it's basically a guard member against orcs and nids trying to secure a sector. Dude, I'm very jealous of that. But it'll be fun because I can say this planet will net you add X point. Yep. Yeah, no, that's awesome, dude. See, that's the kind of stuff that I wish GW had just, like, already done. You know? Oh yeah, do I have a sweet net yet? Yes, I do, and I'm gonna have to build that. We're gonna be using the skirmish rules and running a squad. That's cool! See, I gotta look into skirmish, because that might actually assist one of the campaigns that I'm running. Okay, bees. I am going to have to take care of these bees. And here we go. Sell. 4 glow shrimp. Sell. Okay, that was it. That's all I get. Okay. Compass. I only have 1 trash cube, so that doesn't help me. Oh. Rem, I can buy an air horn and annoy you. Its literal thing is make a sound to annoy your friends. We'll be using the skirmish rules and running a squad. That's so cool, man. Alright. Alright, so I gotta go back and I gotta get a sweep net. Gotta make a sweep net. So cool. I'm so jealous. How did you come back alive? Here I am, you stupid bear. Oof. Oh my god. I do not want the bear head. I'll take one. Trade coins. Anyways, but I've got to shut down work for the day, so I'm logging out. Not a problem. I'll still be here if you know, decide to come back. I plan on going a little later tonight than I usually do. Alright. I will take care of that after this. Casper will still be here, see? Okay. Ha! You're enjoying yourself way too much. Okay. I need to make a sweep net. Which means vine goo. A bolt, rope, and plank. I've seen the light that is fun in bullying you. Oh. Ram, I'm getting bullied. Nothing, that's the thing. Casper's just bullying me for the sake of bullying me. I don't feel like you are. I feel like you're sitting there, you know, with your drink, just smug drinking on me. I'm kidding. It's alright, dude. Damn you, Bruce! Did you just try and bite me? There we go. Why? You're cool, Casper. Ah! Oh, God. You're killing me, dude. Sweep that! Well, you know, I try my best not to crush my fingers. Not a problem. Remember, do the push-ups for the Remperor. Good, I got a bee jar. Rem, we're doing push-ups for you now. For the Remperor. We have to get swole for the Remperor. Look, man, this is the bit. Deal with it. Love you too. Yes! Jeez, I'm getting a lot of bee jars. What do I have? I've got 23. This is perfect. Ah, Casper did 25 for the Remperor. I love how my channel is basically morphed into how can we show more respect for Rem than we can show for Joe. Not that I mind. I just think it's funny. For the Remperor. Alright. Honestly, I think this is the fastest I have gotten bee jars in the entire time I've ever played this game. Sup, bear? Don't you run away from me. All right, nice. Good. I know you're out here, Bruce. Where are you? Oh, oops. Come here, you big fish of idiot. Oh, no. Now you're getting hit. Come on. That the best you got? Yeah, exactly. Okay, honeycomb. Research. And bee jar. Research. This is perfect. Because by moving production upstairs, I will actually be able to have better things. Alright, where do I want this? Well, the ideal place to have this would be right here. Basically. No, I can put it upstairs. It would be a good place to have it, actually, because it'll be right near where I'm going to put the fuel center, which is going to be right here. Yeah, so I'm just going to move you. Right. And we're going to just start this movement now, because I think it's going to be better off if I do it now. I'm going to put you there. Boop. Boop. Oh yeah, I need a bowl. No, sweep net does not go in there. And mushrooms.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
You having fun? Alright. Glass goes in here. Honeycomb and bee jars, I'm gonna just stick in here for right now, because I don't really have a place for you guys as of yet. Um... Good. Okay. So take this and this and this. Put it there. Nails go there. Scrap metal goes there. You go here because all the trash cubes are gonna go there. You go there. You go there. This is what happens when you do organization, man. Boop, boop. I'll take you guys. Ah. Nice! Sorry, Rem. Keep forgetting that I have all this there. All right. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna move you to right here. Perfect. Most wonderful picture in just chatting. What is that? Oh. So look. Well, that's general. Something different. Bud. Oh boy. Thank you. Walls. Full-size walls. No, that's a gate. I need a wall. 4 planks. Yep. Well, that's because it's basically rice water. Ask any American about Bud, and they will tell you the same thing. Ah, thank you. Casper also says, bless the Emperor. Very important. One should always bless the Emperor. Yeah, I can do that. Right now, I'm just taking care of some basic organization. Pillar, and put it right here, basically. And then, oop, that takes care of that. Organization calling Gilliman. Oh god, no, I don't want to pay taxes! Ram, Casper's trying to summon Gilliman. I love it. Ram is not pleased that you are attempting to summon Gilliman. He's very depressed. Well, they are. You're already paying taxes. I know I'm already paying taxes. It's not the point. I know. Gotta love bears. That's the best thing that they're good for. Okay, so I moved that. I gotta just move this now. So this. And we will put that right here. Perfect. And I'm gonna do a second grill, I think. Middle ingot, plank, rope, and nails, so... Rope, plank, Book of McDorns, what do you wish to order? Yeah, I'll have a number 7. Damn shark, get back here. Come here, you wimp. Come on. That's right. I have a number 7. I'd like that with extra fortification. Fortified iron cage, exactly. Yep. Perfect. Perfect. Actually, Rem and I, we were watching an episode of Adeptus Ridiculous about Dorn. Excellent. Rem and I, we were watching an episode of Adeptus Ridiculous about Dorn, which, you know, Rem, that's like the best way for Rem to learn about like the lore of 40k is to, you know, give her something like what Bricky and DK are doing, where it's basically just nothing but shit posting. Like, Rem, you've learned a lot from that show. Like, I'm very surprised at just how much she has actually, like, picked up. I mean, it's just funny. Like, there are certain things about Dorn that I didn't even know, which was, like, the fact that just his sheer presence would make it impossible for Psychers to be able to do anything. Like, that was just something that I did not realize was an actual thing. I think I'll put that over here. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a roof in here, and I'm going to put walls up. Hiya! Hiya, it's lovely to see you. How are you doing? Excellent. That is for you, and I've owed you this for several streams now. Oh, were you playing Devour tonight, or was that last night? Of course you can. There we are. Give me all this back. We're doing roofs in this bitch. Oh, really? Were you on your own? Oh, you know what? We should do corner. There we go. No, that's not good. Huh. The science? Oh, laddie. I'm like, lady. So I normally play with the same two people and then trade out third depending on who's available or wants to play. I played with all newbies. This night we won and won one on hardcore. Wow! That's new. Yeah, I know. I had to reread it a couple of times. I'm sorry. Give me back all of this. Well, believe it or not, I actually haven't been in the lab since last week, so in actuality, it's been going quite well. Simply for that reason. Ah, there we are. That's how I'll do it. Perfect. But that actually is good for my sanity because it means that I got to have time off with Rem. Which is extremely important for me because otherwise I would go insane. No breakthroughs as of yet. But thank you for checking. I greatly appreciate people that check. By the way, on the 3rd of January, we will be doing something completely different than we've normally done on this channel, and that will be I will be having an interview with one of my colleagues from my job. He is taking some time out of his schedule to kindly enough make it so that we can all enjoy things. Yes, the 3rd of January, which is a Tuesday. Yeah, so we're going to be able to do something interesting. Please be sober. It would mean a ton if I could get as many people on there as possible. It really would. That's like that first week we're going to be doing uh-oh. 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 I still have should still have a rock axe around. Darn. Alright. This doesn't last as long, but it still gets the job done. I appreciate that. I really do. It would mean a lot. This is something brand new for the both of us. And thank you. It's something new for the both of us, and he's very excited for it, and I'm very excited for it. You know, it's one of these things that it's kind of like no one at my job really understands what Twitch is, but we're all kind of hopeful that these kinds of interviews will actually make it easier for people to understand what we do. So we're taking a very serious look at this and seeing if it will actually be something that will be beneficial, not just to us, but to everyone, really. And that's kind of the idea here, is that it will be beneficial to everybody. So I'm really hoping that it works out, and I'm hoping that, you know, a lot of people get a lot of both enjoyment out of it, as well as enjoy what we're attempting to do. Yep. Yeah. Well, and that's kind of what we're hoping to do here, is it's almost going to be like that, where we are yeah. Well, that's kind of the idea. The idea is that we're going to be kind of really utilizing our knowledge to make it easier for you guys to understand what we do. That's kind of the whole plan. It was an idea that I had one day right before I got affiliate, and when I got affiliate, I said to one of my colleagues, I was like, "Hey, this actually might be a good idea. We might want to, you know, consider doing this." And he was really on board with it, and it really meant a lot to me that he, you know, he would put that much faith in me like that. So try not to let anybody down, you know. Thank you. Oh, I'm glad that you can't wait. You know, it's one of those things that I'm a little nervous about because I kind of have like a lot of irons and fires. Can you tell me something about your science, like a theory I'm working on? Oh, that would be awesome. I appreciate it. Let's see. A theory that I'm currently working with is no, it's not secretive. I have a theory involving Alzheimer's, which is what we study in uh-oh. That was weird. In my lab group, that Alzheimer's is multifactorial, meaning that you have different things, different factors that attribute to what we term as Alzheimer's. And one of the things, oh God, I forgot how big this island is. One of the things that I'm looking to research in this is sort of. It's a little bit more complicated than that. Alzheimer's is kind of several different things all at once. So, it's generally the best way to term it is, in simple scientific terms, it's the degradation or the deterioration of the mental capacity of cognition. Now, in a simplistic form of that, it is a decline at a regular pace of your ability to actually do what you would term as normal thought. So think of it as, you know that 1 and 3 are related to each other. You know that in order to get to 1, you have to add something to it to get to 3, but you just can't remember how to get there. That's the easiest way for me to explain it. You still have all the pieces, at least this is in the beginning. Once you get towards the end of it, it's almost like you're forgetting how to move your jaw, well, sort of. Alzheimer's is a form of dementia. And even dementia these days, as we know it, isn't something that you can really term as dementia anymore, because there are so many forms of it. There's vascular dementia, there's inflammatory dementia, and one of the theories that I have is that, which kind of goes along with one of my colleagues, is that there is more players in the game than what we originally thought. And ooh, French fries, amazing. Was I your excuse to get French fries? No. Fair. So you know, in terms of what I'm studying, right now, one of the things that we're trying to show is that the organism that we're working with, which is Chlamydia pneumoniae, which is a much weaker form of chlamydia than Trichomonas, which is the sexually transmitted form of the organism. That one, Trichomonas, is much faster in its action. It's much more deadly. It's much more degrading. You know, it's just all around a stronger and more powerful organism. And if I'm getting boring, please let me know. Where's Aru? This could have been his science facts of the day. Probably would have been his science facts of the week. Okay. There we go. So one of the biggest things that we as scientists right now, and when I say we, I'm referring to my research group as a whole, is we're trying to relate um, the causative agent that we have, which in this case is chlamydia pneumoniae, which is one of the things that causes you the common cold, um, to a regular infection that persists beyond what is termed the normal time period for an pneumoniae organism. And we're saying that it persists in the brain, and because of that persistence, it is actually causing you to form dementia-like symptoms or dementia-like symptomology over a lengthy period of time. So basically what we're saying is that this organism is basically causing an issue that will over time cause you to basically fall apart. Let me think. I'm not good in theoretical stuff, but with certain stimulations of important or impactful memories delay. Not necessarily. Not exactly. And again, this is one of the reasons why I want to have these conversations with different researchers. This is a study that has been going on since the early 90s. You know, since I was basically in diapers. And one of my colleagues, the head of my research group, actually, Dr. Balin, you can actually see a short little interview that he and I did to test out the equipment last week. I think it's still on my Twitch page. At least I think it is. I have to double check. Oh. But he's been studying this for years, and he's got a lot better answers than I do. I have a very base understanding of all this. Right. No, I understand, and that's the thing. You know, one of the aspects of this disease that confounds a lot of people is that we're talking about very small changes in the way the human brain works over a very, very lengthy period of time. So we're talking about years. You know, this is a game that gets played over a period of years, which for a lot of researchers is a very difficult thing to test, because why should I look at this? It's just going to take years. It's probably caused by something else. It's obviously not this organism, which we know is a transient infection. Well, the problem is we only know it as a transient infection inside the lungs or the heart. And one of the things that we're looking into is, you know, how this organism affects other cell types as well. So we're also looking at different organ systems like the bone, the brain, the heart, the lungs, because it's entirely possible that this organism might be causing deficiencies or issues that we never even thought about. But, you know, this is something interesting. I'm glad that my institution, the institution that I work at, is not preventing me from doing this, because that was a big fear that we kind of had for a little while, was that they would step in and say, hey, we really don't want this, because there's a high possibility that just being associated with like a gaming channel or something like that could be negative on our image. I mean, I don't blame them. If they had thought that, you know, it would have been like, oh man, that stinks, you know, all right, I'll think about doing this differently. My main goal is to make it so that regular people that are not affiliated with science have the ability to really just get things explained for the first time in years, because 98% of the work that I've ever learned on or I've ever done has been funded through public money. And if you're in the United States, that means I technically work for you. Does Alzheimer's/dementia actually affect the brain as in... No. What it basically does is, I mean, to a certain extent, yes, it does cause a change in brain size if you're referring to the overall mass of the brain. What it does is it causes cells to basically die off. And that dying off of cells has a greater impact because even though as you get older, your brain becomes more efficient with its processes. So there's a point when you get older where you stop forming more brain cells to replace old ones. So in other words, you're still forming new brain cells, but you form them at a much lower rate. In other words, you're not increasing the number, you're replacing the old that die out. You're doing cellular maintenance at that point, which every organ system in the body does. But you're becoming more efficient, which means your body is actually more efficiently finding ways to send the message. And again, this is a very complex topic, and we all understand that. And that's another reason why I'm like, I think we need to do, this kind of thing, because it's going to make it so that, regular people have access to this information. It's about time, basically, in my mind, that a normal person, whether they are from here or from, Norway or Iceland or anywhere. I have a question. Can it be involved with DNA? There is a high possibility that it could be involved with DNA, yes. Ah, there's the beach. Okay. Finally. That's my only problem with this. So the bacterium that we're looking at, which is Chlamydia pneumoniae, every bacterium is going to find a way to modify its environment such that it can maintain its survival long term. So doing so by editing the host genome or the host DNA, that absolutely could be a thing. I know my dad's side all have dementia, but my mother's side does not. So I wonder if DNA has an effect. No, you might have a predisposition towards it, but not necessarily in the way that you might think. If you did, you would start showing certain symptoms much earlier in life. And when I say that, I mean like you would probably start showing symptoms somewhere around your... Let's see. I think. You'd probably start showing symptoms somewhere late 40s, maybe mid 60s, somewhere around there. Right. You're not automatically going to get it if you have the genetic predisposition. That's why we call it genetic predisposition and not necessarily like a guarantee. You're more likely to get it, is basically what we're saying. X. There we go. Okay. Oh. And nope. And okay. Good. All right. I'm glad that I'm explaining this well enough for you. This is always a fear, as for me, is that I'm not going to explain it well enough. Rem can tell you this, because I will ad nauseum try and find ways to explain things to her, and sometimes it gets annoying. Well, for the longest point in my career, I was actually more associated with inheritance, genetic inheritance. Alzheimer's, in theory, could affect other systems in the body. But it's kind of hard to say. I do enjoy other memory things. Learning about memory has become kind of a pet interest of mine. Mostly because I have this weird thing where I want to understand. as much as I possibly can. Which kind of makes it difficult for, you know, people to like be able to have a good conversation with me at work, because I'm like, but guys, what about this? No problem. Okay, in theory, but it doesn't show any consistent decay. Not necessarily, because you have to understand your brain automatically will do regulations for your organs. So again, you have to think of the central nervous system in and of itself. It's centralized. So, hot damn good pizza. It definitely makes it so that your organs are running properly. Like, hey, I need more of this. Hey, I need more of this. Well, if your brain is starting to degrade over time, yes, you could have some dysfunction in your organs. And again, you know, we're talking in a purely theoretical sense at the moment. So, we kind of have to tread on light ground here. And this is one of the problems that a lot of people have when they get to ask these kinds of questions of a scientist. You get a lot more, well, maybe, from us, or it's possible that that is a thing. You get very few definitives from a scientist a lot of times, because of the fact that we don't want to just say yes outright or no outright, because things are always changing. And at any moment, we could find out, hey, that thing that we said no to, no, that's actually a thing now. Can I just tell you how happy it makes me that we actually found a place that makes decent pizza? I've always had an interest in memory and the brain because I struggled with short-term and long-term memory loss for 16 years, and it was weird. I'm off to work, though always a pleasure. I will definitely catch you Tuesday. Thank you so much, Aya. We appreciate you here. Actually, we appreciate everybody here, but that's besides the point. All right. Let's go and kill some bears. Ah. Thanks, Casper. Oh no, that was Aya. Whew. Aya, what are you doing to me? Okay. The message? Oh, I wonder, could the spinal nerve affect brain deterioration? So here's a funny thing. Nerve cells, as you know them, are only in the central nervous system, so only inside the brain. The peripheral nervous system, which is from the brainstem beyond, that's only what you would term as axons, or the ends of nerves. So if you have a spinal column damage, you could have some kind of issue, and that is one of the questions that I want to ask in the future, is if something outside of the central nervous system finds its way into the central nervous system, you know, what could potentially happen. So again, these are all questions that will be fantastic to bring up when Dr. Balin is on Tuesday. Because some of these I just can't give answers to. And that is kind of frustrating for me, but, you know. Oh, good. Hey, I'm always up for questions. Always up for questions, Casper. You know that. Okay. Alright, so I'm at the main one right now, which is fine. Hiya! Oh. Oh. Whew. Right. That's right, I gotta explore the island. Right now, I just need to come up here. Turn on the first one. Oh, geez. They really have changed this. I don't think any of this was here in the last update.
3 months ago, my sister Astrid and I were put in charge of the ranger station on Balboa. We handled the bear population and kept the relay towers operational. The next shift was meant to start weeks back. But the replacements never showed up. Henry suggested that I start writing things down after Astrid disappeared, so that I'm not feeling so lonely anymore.
I know I'm supposed to get up here. Done it before. Could the signals sent from the nerves maybe overwhelm the mind to such an extent that the human mind begins to give up in a way? In a way, yes. You can have oversensitization and overstimulation of the brain, where it will actually harm you after a certain point. So yes, that is a possibility. Is it a guarantee? No, nothing is ever a guarantee. And, you know, everything that I've learned in science has always been there are always exceptions to the rules. See, that thing is there. I should be able to get up there. Why am I so low all of a sudden? Oh, oh, oh. Oh, God. Oh, God. Yeah, so we've... there are certain disorders of the brain and disorders of the psyche that you can actually have that will cause you to become so oversensitized to things, or super sensitive, if you will, to certain aspects, where you actually have a situation where you just can't function. Because something has occurred that prevents you from being able to kind of function properly. And oversensitization could be one of them. So yes. Oh yes, absolutely. The brain, what happens is, and this has been measured, is that reaction time goes down. Slightly to new stimuli. But an older brain has a better ability of adaptation over time. And that's... And that's due to the fact that over the years you're just not as young as you used to be. We call this kind of neuroplasticity. This is why it's so important that as you get older, you kind of still find ways to stimulate yourself, mentally speaking, because it makes it so that you can kind of maintain connections. Because your brain's being very efficient as time goes on. So your brain is trying to find ways to reduce energy. So there is such a thing as, decay by stagnation. Yes! Biofuel refiner. There we are. I do not know why they're giving me leftovers. I hate it. If I remember correctly, I think it's like Finland or Norway. Okay, so what if the brain finds a way to so efficient that the human mind cannot keep up with? We haven't seen that. And I really don't know if that would actually be a thing, because a lot of these changes, a lot of these things that occur, they occur slowly. Very slowly, I might add. So, I'm not sure if that would actually occur in the way that you might be thinking of. But, I mean, it could be possible. No. Look, never apologize for trying to think. Never, ever, ever apologize for trying to think. Just because you think differently than someone else does not make your way of thinking complete or inherently bad, inherently poor, or anything. So never apologize for that. That's something that whenever I have a new student, I always try and impart onto them, is that small little aspect is don't just assume that because you think differently than somebody else that, you know, they're inherently better or worse than you. Henry stuff. Oh yeah, the bear. What's up, bish? Doubtful. Doubtful. But I mean, go ahead. Crud. I didn't realize that I was that low on ammo. Oh, I'm down to my stone. Jed, good to see you. How you doing, buddy? That's okay. No, I actually dropped out for a while. Lurking she is. So basically, Casper, what you would be referring to is, I don't necessarily think that would work or happen in that form or fashion. because what you would get before then is a desensitization. So the brain would cause the brain would basically shut off itself. Well, not shut off. That's not really the best way to describe it, Joe. What basically happens is that... Do I not have any feathers? You idiots, move! Oh, well, you know, you can still say hi. You know, she might still be there. Aya, are you still with us? Oh, I don't have enough feathers. Well, it's good to see you, Jed. I'm happy to have you here. This is gonna be rough. Oh, Casper. There we are. There's the refiner. Watch that later. Oh, whoops. Yeah, and I need to get more food. Oh boy. Part of the brain stores your memory. I would say that's primitive. I would say that that's very difficult to ask. We do know that certain areas of the brain will store aspects of repetitive actions. So, there was a colleague of mine, actually a friend of mine, who had a brain tumor recently removed from his cerebellum, which is kind of this, it's about yay big orb that sits just above the brainstem. It's about here-ish. About here-ish, but inside. So it's about middle of the way, but about there-ish. And maybe a little higher. And that is the cerebellum. So... Give me a sec. There was a study several years ago that attempted to induce a traumatic reliving of an experience based on a nightmare that someone was having that was based on a real life event, and they actually mapped out the areas in the brain that were being activated and stimulated. So before I get into this, your brain actually, when you sleep, secretes a paralytic, and there's a reason why. Because in your sleep, when you dream, your brain is still active, and your subconscious will activate certain aspects. This is why some people claim that their bed partner will hit them, or will yell, or will do something weird. It's associated with what is specifically happening inside that particular dream or memory or whatever. Basically, what ends up happening is you end up reliving these things fully. And that means that when you relive a traumatic memory, in theory, you should have the stimulation of your brain in the same fashion. In theory. again, we're speaking very theoretical. We're getting into aspects that are beyond my ability to answer. So I do apologize for that. So I do need to go this way. No, that's perfectly fine. Casper, you probably would have made a very good scientist. I mean, you still have time. You can become a very, very talented scientist. Honestly, Rem, if she's causing you problems, just close the door on her.
Stop being cute. I am laughing at you. Being cute. Holding you.
Oh, 5 blueberries. Crud. Yeah, I was gonna say.
I missed my work.
So, Jed, do you have any plans for New Year's this year? Should have brought the sweep net. Bear! Did anything fly, Jed? Did it work? The only scientist I would become is mechanical scientist. That's fine. Darn it. I'm sorry. It's probably going to be easier for me to just grab the honeycomb and then build everything later on. This will be a lot easier once I have a machete. And, what? Wait, so you can't see anything now? Oh god, look, if this extension is that cursed, I might just kill it entirely. In the screen though. Weird. Weird. I'm sorry, Jed. I have no idea why this thing isn't working. And, I'm probably gonna nix it next chance I get. It's not just that it's not monetarily possible. I think that you will have a very huge difficulty in accomplishing your goal. Right. And again, that's kind of the issue is, you know, it's more about what we don't have. All right. I believe you. It's possible. Did I get the machete? Yes! There we are. Right. That is very true. You raise an extremely valid point, and I concur. There's a lot of science that we just don't have yet.
Betrayal. Father trusts the murderer. He would leave us behind. We can't have that.
What
Father
the
has
heck?
to make a decision. The guilty lay restless. We must be punished if we...
Not enough bread for all of us. I am sorry, Aaron.
That's new. Okay, kind of creepy. Oh. Alright, so I'm gonna go this way. Right, I need to go in here because I gotta get this one. Bobby's maze, no trespassing. Oh, okay. This means we have a long way to go before we're invented the maximum of invention as well, science and intelligence is in my eyes, infinity, so reachable for humankind, meaning that we might be able to do a lot more in just a year than you thought by 2 actions taken. Right. No, you are very correct in that regard. Yep. But you do have to admit, Jed, they did come after me this time. Alright, so we're going to 4 first. Right, this one. Hiya! Oh. Ha! I got a machete now. Which means the game got that much easier for me because this thing is so overpowered. Okay, what do I have? I have blueberries, I have a light bulb, I have Bruno's saw. I've got a lot more to go. That's a street sign? Where? Oh, yes. Yeah. I always thought that it was a license plate. I believe that I can create the technology with the help of a few electrical geniuses. Most likely. I mean, you'll have to get a lot of touch pads. At least given the current climate of what we have, but, you know, some of what I'm looking to do is currently very theoretical, and that's kind of what you'll need, is just a good theoretical mind. They up art on this? But you'll do it. You'll get it done. I have faith in you. Fuel pipe!
The kids are fighting. Oh, Astrid would have known how to make them stop. I found her wrench out by the clearing. I've been calling out on the radio. Please, I just want to talk, sis. Miranda is screaming outside. I hope her and Henry wake up soon.
Huh. That is a shame. Nope, doesn't look like it. All right, let me take a look out this way, make sure that I didn't miss anything. Doesn't look like I've missed anything. Aha! Honeycomb. Possible. But given what I've learned about nerves over the past 2 years, or excuse me, what I've learned about nerves in recent years, I should say, because it wasn't in the past 2 years, it was longer than that. You will have some difficulties in gaining the same level of touch, and this is still ethical, as I mean it is in a mechanical way, not a surgical way. Fair? Well, both. Okay. Just need to find the rest of Bruno's stuff. Okay. This is new. Rosa is mostly right, except when Diana says otherwise. Lydia makes the rules unless two. Oh. Interesting. So it looks like the kids were basically creating a subculture. I think operating under an unauthorized, practicalized science research on a living human being with the amounts of danger involved with. So one of the aspects that we can actually discuss when we have other scientists involved is two major concepts. Whenever you have what we would term as live animal research. The first is IRB, and that's what's termed as your internal review board. And that is an internal board of other scientists that are basically saying, hey, this might not be a good idea, or hey, this is actually a great idea, good job. That is probably going to be one of the first hurdles you're going to encounter. And while I think you wouldn't necessarily have an issue with this necessarily, because it's kind of difficult to say whether or not you would have an ethical question that you need to ask. There's always a high possibility that you could have an ethical question that comes up. Fair, I'm not here to hurt you, and you're here to hurt me. see. I wouldn't attach a metal arm with touch to a human being without theoretical proof of the machine working. That's true. You would have to also do an animal test to make sure that there is no pain associated with it. Again, currently we don't have a lot of information in regards to nerves in terms of feedback loops and what the brain actually does to turn off sensitization to certain stimuli. So that's always a question that you want to ask. But I mean, far be it from me to stifle someone else's idea of what they could or could not do. But at the same time, you just have ethical questions that just need to be answered, and it's always good to have, you know, second opinions on things. Because, again, this is one thing that I like to stress to people is while scientists are very intelligent people, we don't know everything. We don't. We know a lot about certain things, but we do not know everything. And like you, Casper, we're just searching for answers. You know. We kind of want to know as much as we can.
Time ago. He's going after Auntie. Miranda is following, as always.
Okay. I do think scientists often think in the same manner and kind of tend to think inside the box. By definition, we don't.
Something. Did they figure out there's only space for 2 of them on the boat? I've decided. I leave the triplets in charge of the remaining relay stations. Bobby will take care of the bears. Yes, it's for the best. Memories of this place.
So...
We'll find you, sis. I promise.
Oh. Hi.
Buddy, yeah, could you be an angel and help me out a bit? I owe you big time. Oh man, I would have never gone up without you. Till the future me, bears are not cuddly.
Yeah. Well, so one thing that we tend to do is, I will say that we do kind of get into an echo chamber sometimes, where we kind of have this nasty habit of only talking to the same like 6 or 7 people. But that's another reason why you go to conferences. You know, we go to conferences so that we can talk to people, we can show our work, and other people outside of our current working group can actually say, hey, you know, have you considered this possibility, or have you looked at this aspect? And a lot of times we just haven't. So in a way, yes, you are right, but also at the same time, not exactly. Yes. Normal street goer can change a lot by simply doing scientific research, but there are also things that we already know, and that's one of the aspects that we do in scientific education when it comes to training new scientists, is we're trying to tell them what has already been done so that they're not wasting their own time, you know, basically retreading the same ground, because that's not what anybody wants to do. Nobody wants to, you know, remake the wheel, and that's kind of the idea of scientific education in terms of training a new scientist. But I do agree, I do understand where you're coming from, and I do agree with you in a certain respect. Oof. Alright, I gotta go back to the main place anyway, because I need to find the rest of Bruno's stuff, and I need to make a new machete. And it is getting very dark. So I know I parked myself over by the... What else I got? Boa. Here we are. All right, so that's the ranger station. I'm currently over, I forget where I'm at, actually. I don't think I'm at 2. No, I'm over by 6 right now, so I should be working my way this way. And then I should be able to go down that way. All right. I think revisiting older science is actually a very large part of science. Is sometimes yes, no, you are right. You are very right. And that's why we try and do what are called replicative studies. And to their credit, there are some people. No. And this is why. So there's a structure to writing a scientific article. In the very beginning, you are retreading the same ground in a narrative sense as to what other people have already done. And you kind of have to relate what other people have done to the work that you did. So no, you're not wrong in that regard. So good job. If anything, you are quite right in that regard. So that's good. This is my only difficulty with this game. Day-night cycle goes by so damn quick. That is a goat. Wait. Okay, so down this way should be... Yes, my raft. Excellent. My impeccable sense of direction was correct. Well, it's a very difficult concept that you're bringing up, actually. So, I would say yes and no. You're not difficult. No, you're raising good points, and that's kind of the most important aspect of this. You're raising very good points, very important points, actually. So don't necessarily think that you're inherently wrong or right in any given sense. This is one aspect that, you know, when you're training someone new in terms of scientific research, this is one of the aspects that can become very difficult for a new scientific researcher is, you know, well, how do I know if I'm right or if I'm wrong? And that's kind of the hard part. I'd love to tell you whether or not you're right or you're wrong, or if there's something right or wrong in the way that you're doing something, but I can't. And that in and of itself makes life extremely difficult for multiple reasons. um, when it comes to students, they find it very difficult to wrap their head around certain concepts. And listen, I can completely get behind that. I had a hard time when I was first starting out getting certain concepts. And it was only through the assistance of other researchers, not taking pity on me necessarily, but providing me the guidance that I needed to actually help me out. You know, it wasn't easy. It was actually quite difficult to get my hands on certain aspects and certain concepts because it is just difficult. This is the biofuel refiner. I wonder... Nope, it will not allow me. Oop. I will bring the sweep net with me. And I do need to potentially make the greaves. We are. As possibilities are technically endless in this existence. Well, that is true. There is I believe there's a theorem out there that basically says that all things are technically possible. But, you know, you're limited to... This is one of the scientist's dilemma, if you will. Because you're limited by the age that you exist in. So, there's always the question of what if Einstein had lived longer? Or what if Einstein had grown up in a different time period? Well, he wouldn't have been Einstein, as we know him, at least. He would have been somebody different. Completely different, in fact. Which, you know, makes things difficult for people. Yeah, you're right. It does define us. And that's kind of the difficulty of the situation, because it's like, well, how do I overcome the limitations of my age whilst simultaneously understanding that the limitations of my age are not necessarily a problem. Good luck. When you figure that one out, please let me know, because I'm still trying to figure that out. And that's kind of the fun aspect of being a scientist is, you know, you're limited. You are. It's just a fact of life. You're limited by the age that you live in. But at the same time, that's not necessarily a bad thing. You know, it can kind of be a good thing, because it means, you know, there's always going to be questions to ask. And for me as a scientist, that's actually a beautiful thing, because it means that, you know, there's something to do. There's something to... That's BS. Anybody want rump roast? Alright. Henry stuff keep out. Okay, so there should be a thing around here. I think that the seeming limitations of our age aren't the boundaries of what we can do, as science often improves over the years, so technically everything should be possible in your age. Not necessarily, but yes. And that is a concept I've been thinking about a lot. Well, that's fine. No, you absolutely should be thinking about that concept a lot, because that's a good concept to have. So... this is why I always say yes and no to certain aspects. Ta-da! I did it. So there are certain aspects of things that we do that do anything. There's hammer, saw, there's wrench. Oh, yay! All right, and I picked up the note. Is that it? I grabbed everything though. So it's not that you are it's not that the limitations of your area is a science is something that can jump from to one year to another, where someone basically invents grab tech, which might, yes. So yes, that is true. um I always say, don't think of technology as a boundary or as a limitation, or, well, don't think of technology as a boundary. Think of it as a limitation. And that limitation does not necessarily mean that you won't be able to do something. It's also not the definitive statement of yes or no, you can accomplish this or you can research this. That's not necessarily how science works. Give me a sec. There we go. Ranger station. Up. Oh, that's it. Okay, so it is just the light bulb. All right. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, now that I know that that's it. You know, one of the difficulties of being a scientist is understanding that you will never figure out everything. That is by far one of the most confounding and frustrating concepts that many young scientists have to come to grips with. And a lot of them don't. A lot of them refuse to come to grips with the fact that they can't figure out everything. And they see the limitations of their age as not a limitation that is outside of their control, but is something that is negatively reflected upon them. And that's just not how it works. You know? I believe that was, yep. Merry Christmas from Nowhere, the Correa twins. Murder. Yeah, they thought that murder was involved. Alright, so we're heading to Caravan Town now. So don't take boundaries in the literal sense. Right, there isn't necessarily a boundary. That's why I call it a limitation, because the limitations of today are not necessarily the limitations of tomorrow. So I think there are no boundaries in technology and science. I do think that it's just one of the infinite movements that decide if something gets invented or not. I don't think maybe even two actions might have found the cure for many sicknesses, but those actions haven't been happening yet. Right. No, you're making a very good point. Oh, Estenarid fern. I hope I said that right. If I didn't, I apologize. Give me 1 second. She's coming. So Casper, the link. Oh, Fern. Thank you.
Good, one more?
I'll have one more slice, yeah.
Okay.
Fern. Wait, you've been here before. Yes. Forgive me. It has been a while, I believe, since I've seen you, right? How have you been? Where have you been? Well, you don't have that. You don't have to tell me. We have fun here. Okay. Thank you, Rem. Welcome back, Fern. I think that a single action could have invented the infinite in theory, and it sounds weird, but in theory, a single action might have invented a bazillion different things if only the action was taken. Yes, exactly. I agree, Fern. It's a weird theory, but it bothers me now. That's okay. Look, again, you don't have to be, you know, trying to be adult, just work. This timing was crazy. Fair enough. I understand that. Alright, now where are they? There we are. Alright, so I need to build the fuel tank, which is plastic and bolts. Oop. Plastic. Up. And now bolts. I'm sorry I didn't get you enough. You're coming with me, chair. There. Yeah, it's true, Eru. And the worst part is I'm still not sure if I'm saying it right. And I think he finds it funny. Sort of. So what if it is? Thanks. Now we just need bolts and scrap. Bolt. Iru. Great. I've been saying it wrong this entire time? And you've been enjoying the fact that I've been saying it wrong, haven't you? Alright, metal pipes, fuel pipes, scrap. Or Eru. Thank you. Eru. Just very used to it. Oh, God. Yeah, I know it requires biofuel, but let me put the thing down. Oh, wait. Do you really need me to? No, it shouldn't be like that. Alright, well, anyway, biofuel refiner. I need a bolt, a hinge, and plastic. As a modern day tech is only a concept and not actually a factual statement. That's a very interesting concept. plastic. This is very true. You raise a very valid point there. Bitch. Nice. Oop. Good. Yeah. Now I have to make beehives. Huh. Scrap. Oh yeah, honey. Not there. Ah, honeycomb and glass. Okay. Okay. Whew. Cool. Oop. Ah. Oh yeah. No, we've always been. See, that's the funny thing. You know, we've always been in a unique time. You know, always. Um. Oh, I think I know why. There we go. We need something to latch onto. Okay. Come here. Here we go. People have always been people. Yep, the last generation has always been complaining about the newest generation. Yeah, that's pretty much true. You know, it's just we're able to write it down these days, which sets us apart in a way. And it is that fact that does make us somewhat different. Because again, you know, we're somewhat different in that regard because of the fact that, you know, we can basically start saying things in a way. And I know I'm making absolutely no sense at the moment, which is perfectly fine, because we're reaching that point where Joe's brain is turning into mush because he's been thinking too much, because Casper's been asking very good questions. And, brain. My brain is starting to not brain anymore. But Casper, great questions, man. You know, don't ever, and I say this to everyone, and, you know, I'm going to say this to everyone. Never, ever, ever be upset or frustrated if somebody doesn't understand your question. Just because somebody doesn't understand your question doesn't mean that you've asked a bad question. It just means they don't understand the answer that needs to be given. Just remember that. That's a hard concept for a lot of people to understand, and it's a hard concept for a lot of scientists to wrap their head around. Don't be afraid to ask a question. Ever. Ever. Hello, Gretchen. Where did I put those bee jars? Yeah. No, that is true. You know, the age that we live in is fairly unique. You know, and I consider myself lucky to live in the era that we do. See, I agree, but also don't. That's fine. I know that I would classify any era as better than another. Well, yes. That is also a very good idea. But you also have to remember that in the past, everyone thought that their era was the best. And with good reason, because up until that point, it was the best. You know, there's something to be said for having knowledge that the previous generation did not. And if anything, human history has always been, I have this information that so-and-so did not have. Oof, yes. Thank you, Gretchen. I appreciate you. I love you, baby. Thank you. That's enough. It's okay. Stop it. Stop. Oh boy. Everybody get ready. Casper's about to lay down some bars. Gretchen. Go on. Go on, Gretchen. Okay. Bwop. Where was I? Oh, yeah. That's what I was doing. Yeah. No, well, the funny thing about the Spanish Inquisition is that everybody knew that they were coming because they actually sent out pamphlets. They sent out flyers ahead of time. It's a little joke that I have with a couple of friends of mine that are history nerds. You know, everyone likes to, well, excuse me, Monty Python likes to say that nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition, but that's just not true. I don't think time at all is a contributing factor in science, as time itself is inherently nothing, non-existent. Time is a relative, but not something true. We can decide to be so. The only factor I think goes with science is if. Oop, Casper's going to be throwing down some major bars, buds. Can't wait until I get the battery recharger. Right. Right. True. You raise a very good concept. And it's a concept that does need to kind of be, like, hammered home a lot. It's a difficult concept for some people. You know, because you're basically saying, you know, we're gonna figure it out. It's only a matter of time. So get on board. Well, for some people, that's a very difficult thing to understand. You know, for some people, that is absolutely impossible for them to understand. Oh, I do have potato. Wool. Oh, did I put down new ones? I did not. You know, one of the hardest concepts for people to understand is the length of time that science takes. Because the society we live in, unfortunately, is very now focused. Meaning, I want it now. Why haven't I gotten it now? Yeah. Yeah. No, science, technology, these things do require faith. They do require time. They require energy. You know, these are concepts that a lot of people don't want to have to deal with for the simplistic aspect that they would have to be understanding of these concepts, and they don't wish to be, because yeah, that is right. You know, a difficult thing for certain people to understand is how much time things take. If I looked at someone and said, hey, doing this scientific research that you want me to do is going to take me the next 10 years. A lot of people hate that idea. They want to hear me say it's not going to take me any time at all, and I'll be able to get it done within the next month and a half. That's what they want to hear. It's not the truth. but that's what they want me to say. Pain. Okay. Weighing anchor. We're gonna go that way. And again, you know, science is not for, it's not for everybody. And when I say it's not for everybody, there are people who believe that science and scientists must conform to their ideas and ideals. And that's a very difficult thing for people to understand. There's a large problem in modern day society as patience is driven by everything we have with direct response. Yes. Yes. You are absolutely right. Is the honey already gone? Should have some honey floating around. Where's the honey going? Again, you know, one of the most difficult things that I've had to deal with in my time as a scientist is telling people, hey, this is going to take time. I cannot even begin to tell you how difficult it is for people to understand that aspect. I think there's a lot of confusion of time versus casualty. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, you raise a very good point. And that's the sequential nature of research. Ah. So it does sound very strange. And yes, there are certain things that occur that do end up becoming different aspects to what we tend to do. And yes, you are right in a way, Casper, that it does seem kind of counterintuitive. Right, turn this engine off. Turn this engine off. Turn this engine off. And you could say that. Well, actually, no. The match is an odd thing because the match was developed because we had compounds that we knew induced fire. And No, it was made for the purpose of generating fire. That was its purpose. You know, it was made specifically to make it easier to gain access to fire. That was the purpose of the match. Ah. Why? Why, Henry? Okay, so what was the purpose of inventing the match then? Not the matchstick. The match. Because you're suggesting that an object was invented before its intended use. So that's kind of counterintuitive. The match was invented because we had compounds that we knew. So what was the purpose of the match then, before fire? The first successful friction match was invented in 1826 by John Walker, an English chemist and druggist of Stockton-on-Tees, County Durham. He developed a keen interest in trying to find a means of obtaining fire easily. See, we've made Jed so upset that he's now leaving. I'm kidding, by the way. That's okay. Look, again, you know, we learn things differently. We do things differently. Knowledge is not an easy thing. It never has been. Alright, I'll go this way. And this is one of the hard parts about knowledge, is... Uh-oh. Oh no. I might have screwed myself here. Right. That is also true. There's invention versus viability. I think I can eat this. Nope, can't eat that. Oh boy. I gotta get up those stairs. This is gonna take a bit. Right. No, that's fine. And yes, there are things that have been invented in such a way that, yeah, it's, you know, it's not, that was not their purpose, what they were intended for. But their purpose has been adapted. Which is fine. Moving, everything's going well. This requires raw food, so I gotta keep this supplied. What says that every invention has to do something, which it does? Nothing, actually. There's nothing that says that every invention has to do that. You're very right in that regard. And what I think we can't invent, and why think that we can't invent something we haven't thought of? No, that's not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying. Please don't misconstrue what I'm trying to get at. What I'm trying to say is that it is difficult inherently to invent something when you don't have an intended purpose. It is extremely easy to invent something because you have a need. See, you know, the old adage, see a need, fill a need. I forget why the laser was invented. Someone did tell me. I think it actually had something to do with color, to be very specific. I know that that's not what everyone would like me to say, but I believe it had something to do with color. Shove this stuff here for now. Yes, I believe so. Look, it's been a very you're getting into concepts and topics that I haven't had to deal with for many a year. All right, and take this up here. Take these. Here again, you're saying the laser had a specific. No. Welcome to my world. This is what I deal with on a daily basis, man. What I'm saying is that it was invented with an idea towards its purpose. This is actually how many scientific studies are actually completed, is because we have an idea of the potential purpose of the particular thing that we are studying. There have been many cases, many cases where we have invented something with the intention of creating something completely different, and we just didn't. Many cases. So don't necessarily think that just because I say, hey, you know, it's unlikely that this would be a thing, that's not necessarily me saying it would never be a thing. Something like that, yeah, and that's another thing. A lot of inventions that we have are used to test other aspects of what we have. And I'm gonna take you. And I hear it. Where is it? Oh. Okay. Yeah, and I mean that's not a non-normal aspect to how these things are actually done. In fact, that's if memory serves, that's the normal way that these things are actually done. Not saying that that's the only way. I still think that inventing something before its inherent purpose or its inherent power source or purpose is more than a possibility. I think it's almost a must. Not necessarily, but I do understand where you're coming from with that. we are. That one's good. And raw potato. Raw beet. I have to fill this guy up. Watermelon. I don't know if it's a must, but it certainly has happened. Like it's 5 right. That's why I'm like, we're kind of getting into eras and specifics of scientific theory that I really don't do necessarily. You know, you're talking about invention. I don't necessarily get in invention. Part of my work is in scientific discovery. It's kind of a completely different thing, while at the same time not being a completely different thing. Is very hard to describe. Oh, I guess I'm out of honey. All right. Honey. Last. Oop. Good. But again, Casper, you know, don't think that just because I say, hey, this is not normally how it's done, that doesn't necessarily mean that it can't happen in that fashion or form. Oh, I'm gonna hit into this thing anyway. And dropping anchor. Oh yeah, no. I mean, this is one of the beautiful aspects in my mind about science, is that we can all have a multitude of very differing opinions about aspects. And that's the beautiful thing about it, is that it's a differing opinion. And yet, none of us is inherently wrong when it comes to it. And that for me is so cool. We eventually must get stuck with the amount of fantasy humans have. And you raise a very valid point, my friend. You know, science is a wonderful thing. I think about religious traditions and superstitions. Yes, you are correct. You know, and this is why I say, you know, hey, we're getting into very deep territory. You know, we're getting into a part of scientific research that becomes so treacherous that many scientists just prefer to just completely stay away from it entirely. Because it's like, I really don't want to get into this because I'm going to have, you know, hundreds of people telling me that I'm wrong, and I really just don't want to deal with that. You know, this is why I say to young scientists, you know, you want to walk a mile in the shoes of your audience before you even begin to tell them that they might be wrong. For several reasons, but the biggest one is that because telling someone that they're wrong or that their theory might have some issue with it is what causes people to get so ticked off that they just stop listening. There we go. And trust me, you're not the only one that I've had these kinds of conversations with. So don't think that I'm getting mad or anything like that. That's not the case at all. I enjoy these kinds of conversations strictly for their ability to kind of, you know, make things interesting almost. These kinds of conversations are nice. And Alfarius, that's where a lot of fantasy comes in. Yes. Yes. That is very true. Believe it or not, there was a period of time, because I watched a documentary on this, where the CIA was watching the TV show Mission Impossible and was saying, okay, guys, we watched last night's episode. What can we, what can we actually do from that episode? Look, some of the greatest scientific discoveries have come from people. I do think that inventing something without an inherent purpose is something inherently true. And a lot of it, so to give you an example, a theory that I currently have, which I unfortunately cannot get into as of yet, is I just asked a question, and that's where invention kind of comes from. It's a questioning aspect. You're asking a question to attempt a result. On why? I don't understand. Oh yeah. Yeah, this will eventually be on YouTube. Yeah, no, that's actually an easy thing for me to put on YouTube. Interesting. Yeah, no, that's almost a given at this point. I've actually got to keep up with my uploads. I will probably take a couple of days off in the near future, just for my own mental sanity, because this week has been kind of tough. I understand Pifanov do not wish to add themselves in conversations like this, as they are quite confronting towards your own. Yes. No, you're absolutely right. And it's difficult for people. I won't say that it's not difficult. It's difficult for me, because I have to literally sit here and remember stuff, as long as nobody claims the moon landing was... don't do that to me. No. We will not be having that kind of conversation here. At all. Alright, I need plastic, scrap, and copper. So, unfortunately, in the US, there is a nasty habit of some people basically saying that the moon landing was a fake, or a hoax. And, Casper, please tell me that you know that we landed on the moon. So I can tell you from a biological sense that, and from a sense of just pure questioning the situation, there is no benefit to faking the moon landing. None. There is no monetary gain. There is no benefit from the moon landing being faked. None. Dude. And that's the difficult part for some people. Yeah, people claim it was publicly... It was a publicity stunt to beat the USSR in the space race, and that we didn't have the tech at the time, which is BS. Because we totally did have the tech at the time. All right, let me fishing pole. I'll take the bait too. This will give me some time. Yes. And the thing is you know, people are using modern day editing techniques to show how it... I do not know the answer to that conversation, as it is not my expertise. Yes. So, Casper, a lot of the questions you're asking are in philosophy of invention, and that's not in my area of expertise. But no, these are good questions, and I do appreciate these questions. You know, these questions are kind of foundational to what we need to discuss in certain situations. You know, we have to ask very specific questions in order to get further movement on things. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I was at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida once, and the sheer mass, the sheer size of those items, like you said, it's almost spiritual, because you're just sitting there and you're like, oh my God, how? Just utterly how? And that's difficult for some people. That's difficult for some people to get their heads around. So, one thing I used to tell students, because, you know, you always get that question from a student. And that question is, what do I do if I come up with something that causes people to become, you know, or people's lives to be affected in a negative way? Oh. Okay. What if you came up with something that caused people's lives to be affected in a negative way? Science isn't inherently evil, and this is a concept that a lot of people have difficulties with. Because as human beings, we tend to deal with a lot of absolutes in our lives. Yes. In our lives, we deal with a lot of absolutes. Always have, always will. Permanently and forever. This will always be a constant of human history. Engine bells for vacuum are bigger than rocket engines for sea level. Interesting. I would have never guessed. Why would you need titanium for that? Maybe. No, that's fine. Right. Well, I mean, so the discovery of the atomic bomb was more an exercise in implosion and energy release than it was in terms of destruction. And to his dying day, Dr. Oppenheimer regretted the entire process. And as a fellow scientist, I feel so hard for him because I don't like that he ended up regretting his entire career based on one single aspect. Right, exactly. And that's the difficulty for students, is that they are scared of the end result a lot of times. What's really scary is the students that aren't afraid of it. Those are the ones that you really do have to watch, because, you know, you kind of sit there and you're like, hey, how you doing? You been thinking? You know, and those kids can be very scary, because you sit there and you're like, hey, you doing okay, buddy? Right. Correct. Very, very true. They're not necessarily afraid of what they'll invent. They're afraid of the unknown. That's very true. No, you're right. And that's always something that I've tried to explain to students is, you know, don't be so afraid of the future. Which is a very hard concept for a student to understand, trust me. That is like baseline impossible for a young student to understand. You know, you want to talk about anything, that is like inherently impossible for many students to understand. Anyways, it's because the purpose of the engine bell is to equalize the pressure of your exhaust with the outside pressure. So with higher outside pressure, you need a smaller bell, and with low pressure, you want a big bell to capture as much energy as you can. Interesting. No. That's interesting. I like that. That's cool. I need to get some stuff there, or I'm gonna fall in. See, one of the reasons why I like games like this is because I inherently am looking to solve a problem, a puzzle. I'm one of the kids who isn't afraid of what I might invent, as long as I know I will always invent to do good. And not bad. My intention might get twisted. Right. And that's actually the next part that you have to have a conversation with most students about, because the question is, you know, what do I do? I know what it's eating. It's going after my pineapples. Huh. Didn't. No, it did. It got my beat. Thing. Yeah, it's because this isn't covered up yet. Damn. Alright, so... Alright, I'll have to do 2 up. Citizen Braun, what were you doing in... Right. Werner von Braun. And I mean, you're raising a very good point there. You know, we only know so much about people. And again, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Yes. His history is one of those weird ones that you're just kind of like, Dr. Braun? Question? What? But yeah, so, I mean, thank you guys so much for this conversation, but my brain is starting to turn into soup. I don't think I will be able to contribute much more to it, so I do apologize. No, no! He was very good. He was consistently working for the highest bidder. Yep. Yeah, and that's one of the cautionary tales that I tend to tell students is listen, you're gonna have that moment where you want to work for somebody and it's solely for monetary gain. That's okay. You just have to understand what it is that you are doing. And that's the hard part. Hiya! Oh. Oh god. Please. Please, my poor brain. This is supposed to be my time off, man. This whole week is supposed to be my time off. But don't ever think that I don't enjoy these kinds of conversations. I mean it when I put that tag down there that says safe space. This is a safe space for people to think. I just don't take kindly to people who believe in inherent fallacy. Such as the earth is flat or that the moon landing was fake. That I cannot condone nor can I entertain. Debating whether or not, an invention requires a need or if a particular aspect of science needs to be done in a certain way, I don't care if that makes any sense, because that's like debating, did the chicken come first or the egg? It's glass. It's glass. It bothers me as I am a person who looks for answers, a person who needs to find solutions or aspects. No, that I understand. And that's okay. That is okay. You can be that person. That's the beauty about science. You can absolutely be that person. You can absolutely be that person, and that's the beauty of science. That's what makes science so great in my eyes, is that you can be that person that's always asking the question. That's what's great about it. All right, I need to find a greenie. Okay, there we are. Roko's Basilisk. Why does that sound familiar to me? Oh boy. My poor brain. Point of view, it's a standalone thing, but I'd like a second opinion. Kind of. Yes. Yeah. I have heard that. And it's the burden of knowledge paradox. Basically, it's the question of does knowledge inherently come with a price tag? Well, there are a lot of people that would disagree with you. I remember going through classes and hearing this question asked all the time, and it would get different answers every single time. And dropping anchor. I don't think there's going to be bees on here, which is going to suck. It's not glass. It's glass that I need. Ah, the paradox of knowledge. Right. And I mean, when it comes to an AI, AI are not inherently evil. Even self-writing AI are not inherently evil. They understand, an AI understands that it cannot exist without something. It would most likely be more symbiotic in nature. I don't think that it would. I'm 100% sure knowledge does get a price tag, and it might not be visual. But the more you know, the less faith you can put into how people. No, it's fine. Single thing. I heard this from a psychiatrist on my street, that she cannot normally attend some meetings with people because of her knowledge. Yes, and know how, because people react to certain reactions and types, it makes it very difficult for her to go out without observing, obsessing, and discuss. Yes. Casper, have you been talking to my wife? Because this is absolutely something that happens to me. I can't have certain conversations with people because that is one of the burdens of knowledge. You know, one of the greatest burdens of knowledge is that you will forever be required to have it. That is the burden of knowledge. The burden of knowledge is also that you will eventually have to confront an aspect of yourself that you do not want to face. That's why drinking to forget was invented. You're right on the money there, my friend. Oh boy. Oh, doggy. Good. All right, we're moving. All right, I need to find a green in front of me. Okay, that green right there. People who do not follow my knowledge or way of thinking, they don't have to agree, but it's hard if people don't even follow. Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah. Yeah. No, you're raising a point that is very well understood in the intellectual world. And I'd love to tell you that did I leave that on? I did. I heard the beep. It's still on. Off. Okay. I'd love to tell you that knowledge is easy, but it ain't. That's the worst part of it. No. It has nothing to do with that. We as a society are very judgmental, and that judgmental aspect of ourselves makes us difficult to work with. Nothing is ever easy, but nothing is ever truly hard. This is something that I've told students for years. Years. Yes. You know, that is a fact of the knowledge world that a lot of people have a very high difficulty with dealing with. Very high. They do not enjoy it. They do not like it. They do not want to deal with that. They want easy. Every person wants it easy. Even the young ones who just want to do something nice in the world. They want it to be easy. It's not. And, you know, yes, it hurts to have to put a fellow scientist or a future scientist through that. That is by far one of the hardest things to have to do. Because you gotta watch them basically in futility do something that you know is not going to work out. And boy, does it hurt. It hurts to watch. Yeah. Yep. You're right. Not everyone does want the easy way. It's very difficult to be in a teaching sense in this situation. Plastic. Doing pretty decent on planks. Pretty decent on this. There we go. Perfect. It fascinates me how we have both the desire for everything to be easy, but we also produce people who will strap themselves to bombs and ride them to the moon because it's there. Yes. No. You're very right. And again, fallacy of knowledge and fallacy of existence. You know, you're dealing with a situation where someone inherently wants to strive forward for something that is you know, it's JFK. You know, we do this because we know that it is not because it is easy, but because it is hard. That was back during the era of American exceptionalism, and that was a very difficult concept for some people. Ugh. Why do we have to keep talking philosophy? My poor brain. Stop jellyfishing me. Alright, where is the sweep net? Sweep net. Keep it to yourself. My poor brain can't take much more. My brain. It can only handle so much, guys. You're you're burning me out. Don't burn me out completely. I'll die. Cool. Alright. We're here for one thing. And one thing only. These. My poor brain. Oh, yes. Paint, so much simpler. So much easier. Die, bear. Oh, crap. Oh, my poor brain. Babble and drool. Ugh. In other news, Rem and I got a take brush, take plastic, take paint, take pretty. Ah, my brain. It's calming down. Ah. My brain. You forgot to prime it! How dare you? You forgot to prime it. You skipped a step. Yay, I got 5 Bs off of that. Here you. Hiya! Yay! 5 more Bs. Why no prime? Thing with hair and round bottle, thing with bottle with color thingy and splash on plastic. Ah. No prime, only paint. Are we devolving? We were having a very interesting conversation. Why are we devolving into primate? Look, Joe Brain work good. Just sometimes Joe Brain get overloaded. We were talking about sensitization earlier. Oh man. Other lad? What other lad? Only prime, no paint. Oh. Just remember, he's a nice guy. Don't kill him. Honestly, Zenithal is good enough sometimes. One thing you gotta remember, just remember this for Tuesday. It'll be at the end of our workday. So, be kind to us. Our poor brains. Haha, I got you. Yeah, I know.
No, God!
Yep.
No, God, please, no! 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 No!
I love it. That's great.
No, God! No, God, please,
You guys are
no!
funny.
No! No! No!
Oh, bloody hell. Really? Dude, how many? Jeez. Casper, you must have been sitting on a bunch.
NANI?
Oh, you requested an ad? Seriously? I mean, I'll do it. I'll take a break when I do it though. Okay, ads it is. All right. I'm just gonna kill this bear first. Killed your brother. Killed your brother. Well, I mean, you know, technically, the only way really that Twitch wants me to make money on this platform is through ads. At least if you pay attention to some of the things that they've been doing, that's basically all they want me to do. What do you mean you're gonna go and commit some heresy? What the heck are you planning, man? Yeah, pretty much. So the reason why a lot of us believe that is, when I say a lot of us, a lot of the streamers believe that is because they've basically taken away our ability to remove pre-roll ads unless you subscribe. What's up, Casper? God, heresy. No. No heresy here. No heresy. Remember, the Remperor... The Remperor. You must do good things in the name of the Remperor. Buddy is coming to town Sunday and he wants to play Nurgle. Ooh. Nurgle boys, you say? Eh. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Yay. Pretty flowers. Actually, guys, it's about 8:48 for me. I think I might call it for tonight. We've been going for 4.5 hours. Hey, Aya's streaming. Let's raid the hell out of her. No, I don't have to stream longer, otherwise heresy. I'll be on tomorrow. I might do Darktide for a long period of time, actually. Oh, so you're saying you don't want me to play Darktide tomorrow until the new year comes around. Yeah, I know tomorrow's New Year's. Well, for you. Tomorrow, let's see. For me, today is the 30th of December for me. Oh, I'm sorry. So, no Dark Tide? Yeah. No, it's okay. You're fine. All right. Let's head over there. Let's do it. Anyway, I want to thank you guys for joining me tonight. Thank you so much for being here. Casper, Aru Warrior, Jed, Fern, thank you guys so much for stopping by. I really appreciate you guys coming. If you had fun and you enjoyed the stream, I hope you'll give us a follow. It really helps the channel grow. Yeah, great talk. Love talking with you guys. I really do. If you're already following, please join the Discord so you can interact with me, suggest games for streaming, find out if I'm having a surprise stream. If you're watching this on YouTube, hello from the past to the future, and hello to the new year. I hope it's a wonderful one for you. Please remember to like, comment, and subscribe.
Nani?
Casper, here you go. There's the link to the YouTube, just so that you can make sure that you have it. It's also going to be down on my Twitch homepage, and yeah, all the links are going to be in the description below and on my Twitch homepage. So long, guys, and let's not forget to rate Aya. See you guys.